Hal, OpenFi project. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello? Hello, Hal?
Hello, Dino.
Okay, I'm woken up. Good. Hal, OpenFi project.
Opening.
Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
Hal, compile program. Hal, compile program. Hal, compile program. What? Hello, Hal?
Hello, Dino.
It recognised it, but it's not doing it. Hal, compile program. It's working now. Hal, next error. Hal, do copy.
Copied.
HAL F12. HAL F12. HAL F12. HAL F12. Static function. Yeah, it doesn't make sense why that's there. PM execution. I'm not sure what this class is doing. HAL F12. Let's EM execution. No, I don't need that. How compile program. How next error. Well, this is execute. Where's that implemented? Doesn't go to the declaration. This says global scope. HAL F12. HAL compile program. HAL next error. That's redundant. I just think I can just call that straight. How compile program. How compile program. Now this is if an FIVM which contains an expressor. The problem is that the expressor, this inside the expressor needs to call this execute of the virtual machine, and it doesn't have a pointer to it. I need to change that. Let's see where I'll do FIVM state. It goes on and on. So let's add here. Change this, it takes an FIVM instead of an FIVM state. That makes more sense. So we do FIVM, and then FIVM state. We're going to do FIVM state. How compile program. How compile program. I'm initializing the reference. Well, it's because I need to put a different name on it so other people. How compile program. Why not letting me do that? What am I missing? I'm being an idiot. Clearly. Oh, no, I'm not reading the error message properly. I guess I am talking to myself because there's no one here. Oh, don't fall out, mute. This is great, this thing. It makes it safe to play the trumpet. F5 AM state must be in it. Yeah, of course, because this is all that. Yeah, right. Sorry. Yeah, being an idiot. Right, and you was being an idiot. How compile program? No, how? How do copy?
Copied.
How do copy? How do copy?
Copied.
How do paste? How compile program? How next error? How F12? That's better. There is a state. Why does it say it doesn't exist? State is not a mem. Oh, right. Yeah, because I need to set a get for this. I need to make a getter. I need somewhere to put my trumpet. if I take that, I can put there. FIVM state get state. I'll compile program. HAL next error. I'll try. HAL compile program. HAL compile program. HAL next error. Okay, that's progress. Execute identify not found. That's because Expressor now has a an FIVM state. I heard what sounded like a thing disconnecting or connecting. It was weird. La 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 la. FIVM state. FIVM state. Regular state of FIVM. What is that about to do with the execute? That was it. FIVMs. HAL do paste. HAL compile program. HAL next error. Oh no. HAL compile program. HAL compile program. It's not a member of. Yeah, because I haven't written it yet. Okay, cool. Execute. Execute with tick execute, which takes a thing which is a string, which is this thing here. HAL do copy.
Copied.
HAL do paste. HAL do paste. HAL do paste. HAL do copy.
Copied.
HAL do paste. HAL compile program. HAL compile program. HAL next error. HAL compile program. Oh, really? Syntax error. It was in the expressor. Why is that a syntax error? I have a thing called I'm really, it's like why I did it like that. I'm distracted this evening. Here we go. HAL compile program. Yay. HAL next error. HAL next error. FIVM implementation of the cannot convert argument 1 from FIVM state to FIS. Because when I call this, I really do need to pass in the FIVM. That's nasty. The expressor wants the wrapper, not the implementation, at least for now. Well, the expressor is in here in the same file. So when I get the expressor, it's expecting to get cannot convert argument 1 from FIVM state to FIVM. Because the express is expecting to get, yeah, that, but that won't work either. How compile program? Correct, because this is expecting to take the, now, so fun. Two steps forward, one step back. Express FIVM. FIVM imp. FIVM implementation. Use of undefined type, FIVM imp. Oh, yeah, it's true. It's not defined. A circular reference between the expressor and the virtual machine class. Yes. So that means I need to undo that in it. And the problem is that the construction of I need to create an expressor to tell the expressor who this object is. This object is, but this object has to get past. It gets past. Yeah. FIVM implementation. Call that it expects. like this as an architectural knot. Architectural knot. I need to have a think about that. Ah, friggin' hell. Right, anyway, alright, where were we? Right, what I need to do is understand the relationship between the expressor and the virtual machine. Way to do that. Well, I guess I need to figure out what the question is I'm trying to answer. I have an implementation of the FIVM that creates an expressor, and the expressor needs to point Oh, right. Yeah, I'm being silly. Sorry, I can deal with it that way. All right, so what I'm going to try to do is to say this needs to take an implementation. Because this is an implementation. Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. Use of undefined type, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because then I can't use... this is where the language becomes a pain, because I can't use a reference if I don't have the class defined. This is one of my things I sometimes in APIs using references is a pain. If I have it as a reference, then I need to have the full definition of the implementation before I use it, but I can't because it's elsewhere. Unless I... yeah. Oh, maybe... oh, hang on a minute. Sorry. Yes. Let me just check this because I'm sure I can. No, it still doesn't like it. It's undefined type. I think the easiest way, and I don't like it, the easiest way Jeez, I need to have the FIVM. No, that's no good. Backtrack. The problem is created because the FIVM implementation class is creating an expressor in itself. The expressor wants to have a reference to the wrapper class. When I call this constructor, unless I pass the wrapper class in, and I want to avoid passing the wrapper class in. That just feels like it's ugly. So the alternative is that the expressor should be constructed in the wrapper. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. But it'll have to be constructed with a pointer, because I can't construct it with a reference. But it's the implementation of... Oh! Look, that'll get me by for now. I think. No. Do I use this expressor anywhere else? Yeah, I do. When I create an FIVM implementation class, I need to create within it an instance of the expressor. The expressor, in order to function, see, I can work around it, but then that's just patching over an architectural problem, which is better if I fix it. An expressor to function requires an FIVM. It requires the virtual machine, because it requires the virtual machine state. But does it require the virtual machine itself? And I think it does. Oh, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, the expressor doesn't care about the virtual machine, only the virtual machine state. Okay, right. So therefore, the thing I need to do is not have that at all, and I have to pass in an FIVM state, which is what I had before. So I think that is more correct. How compile program. Very quiet tonight. End of lockdown. I guess. People have better things to do on a Saturday night than watch a poor sad old man doing things. Syntax error. How compile program? Oh, right, that it needed the FIVM. Yes, that was the problem then. Oh, good, I reminded myself of it. There was actually a call to the FIVM, to the Phi virtual machine. There. It's the case of where, when evaluating an expression, it needs to evaluate a function. So what would that call if I found it was on the execute? It calls this execute, and that's the virtual machine execute. It calls the virtual machine execute. Which is, of course, what this class was doing. This execution class was solving this problem in a hacky way. Where else do I get it there? It's also when I try to dump the variables to state file, but that I can move. And this I really can't move. What's that execute, and I pass in the context or the scope in which to execute the thing. So if I have a pointer to the, there we go, the complexities of object orientated stuff. How to remember stuff. If I can have the executor, if it has a pointer to the virtual machine it's associated with, in order to construct that. Right. I think my way out of this problem is that I'm going to do a class express. I said executor expressor. So what I need to do is create an expressor implementation. And this is going to have two pimples in it. There's the virtual machine has a pimple for itself, but also a pimple for the expressor, at least for now. It can create these in here. So when I call create, oh, this is hideous. Alright, well, you know, after due consideration, the best solution is to go with what I thought first, but I was reluctant to do, and that is to have this pass in itself. I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do that. And it needs to be a point... no, it doesn't. I can actually put a reference in this case. Call it wrapper. So this is passing in this. So then the pimple will have an idea of this, which means it can pass that to anything that needs to access this. Oh, yeah. Oh. Had enough of that kneeling chair. La, 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 la. So when that happens, how compile program? How next error? It doesn't like this because it cannot convert argument 1 from quite true. How compile program? How next error? So I've still got this problem here, but now it's easy to fix. Because what I need to do is put in here an FIVM reference. That must be initialized at the beginning. This expressor is going to take an FIVM wrapper And I'm going to initialize FIVM with that. With the FIVM that is passed in. This was the first solution I went through until I had the thing I need to pass in. I can't think of a better way. Passing in the pointer to the wrapper. It'll do for now. Put that in there. FIVM state needs to be initialized to, it can be initialized underscore FIVM dot state. How? Compile program. How? Next error. Right, so state is not, that is true because I need to say get state. How do copy?
Copied.
How do paste? How compile program? How next error? So what we have now is this one. Cannot convert argument when from FIVM imp star. Wow. This is true because it doesn't take that anymore. Instead what happens is the following, that this requires FIVM this probably needs to be a pointer. No, it could probably be a reference. It could be a reference if I initialize it in the constructor, which is here. When I construct the implementation, I don't construct the implementation. If I don't do it in the constructor, so that's the problem again using references. A bit of a pain. So then you end up using that instead. Not there. I can't use it unless I can initialize it in the constructor, but this isn't initialized in a constructor. This is the ugliness of C++. I mean, it's like you have this thing, you have this. You can't. It'd be good if you could just exclusively use references all the time, and sometimes you have to use pointers because of the limitations that you have on references. But the problem is that these things have a direct impact in the structure of your architecture, you know, your APIs. So what you've got is an implementation detail that influences your big picture architecture decisions. It's annoying. So that would force me then not to use the create function. But I have to use the create function because I'm using a pimple, unless we look at the create function and check what that does again. There is another way of looking at it, which is by the time you've figured out this tangle, there's a chance that you will end up with a better architecture, but you could also end up with a worse one. So really, oh, where is that? The F12. Go to definition. Where is the definition? It's not. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, IntelliSense. How about if I think of references? Yeah, no. This maybe? No. It's got to be in the code somewhere. Oh, I hadn't created it yet. No, jeez. Okay. I haven't created it yet. That's a good point. So when I create, what is this going to do? This is going to be doing a it's going to be creating an instance of an FIVM implementation. Might have been better in this case to go with interfaces. This would be what, yeah, so that probably is what I'll end up doing in the end, is using an abstract class. Then the interchange between the wrapper and the implementation is a lot cleaner, I guess. And then you've got your virtual function calls. Choose your poison. So I think what I'll do is FIVM implementation, create FIVM, blah. This has to return a pointer because it's creating a pimple, so it can store the pimple inside of here. Create function is going to take the wrapper, and I need to implement this thing, and the thing that's being implemented is an FIVM which takes an FIVM wrapper and this is not correct, this is create, which has to return a void, and this is going to return yeah, I've got to do new. I hate using new, but this is unavoidable in this case. From where I am right now, if I'm doing new, I'm going to do a new on an FIVM implementation. And this will take the wrapper. Hey, Zag! Someone is here! Hooray! Yeah, that's it, right. I'm okay, I was a bit lonely, but that's fine. I had a good day of... how are you? I had a day in the studio working on music. In fact, Nick was in the studio today. We've got another session tomorrow. And we worked on 4 songs. We worked on a Blue and Golden 2, for which there is a preview version of my Patreon for subscribers. God, I have to really ration those out. You know, the queue's so long. But anyway, Blue and Golden 2. With I have a very early video for that, and then Artificial Wisdom, and a new song called Share the Love, and what was the last one?
Damn. How can I be there in the studio all day and then I have to remember Artificial Wisdom, Blue and Golden 2, Share the Love, and Park Street. No, it was soon. There wasn't a release date for it, I don't think. Shoes. I tell you, yeah. No, I hadn't. I was planning to release Shoes as a minor release, but I don't think I set the date, did I? I can't remember. Did I ever give a date? If you like, we can have both tonight. It might be good when there was a few more people around. But no, tonight is Healer. In 1 hour, there is the premiere of Healer. So, I think no. As in no, I'm wrong, or no, I didn't set a date, precise date. Would you like to see Shoes tonight? Shall I do that? Have a double feature. Yeah. Anyway, you're here. I guess we should do the rules. What's it? No date set. Yeah, but I could do that. I'm tempted, but it'd be better. Wait for more people. Exactly. I think I'm going to have to rethink where I release things, because I think Saturday is now going to become everyone's out. I think people are desperately trying to get out. I can understand that. So Saturday night, it's like, well, you want to do this Saturday night after 1 year of lockdown? We're going to watch some old git doing stuff and ranting, programming and ranting. Or we can go down the pub. Which is it going to be? No, not everybody can make wise choices. Sunday. Then maybe we'll do it tomorrow or next week or in another lifetime. But tonight, in 1 hour, there's the big release of Healer. Look, as soon as you're there, you're the only person, as far as I can tell. I don't know. I don't see how many people are on the stream. It's like, there we are. One person, and suddenly it's all go, and here we are. Dino Dini Central, and the voice starts doing this thing, and it's almost like I'm on the radio, and yes, we're all in action here, and in 59 minutes there's going to be the big, whatever. Hal, play Zag theme. Yeah, absolutely, Zag. You're the equivalent. You're equivalent to 2 million people. That's absolutely true. So if each of you could send me $1, that would be great. No, it's just a joke. You're probably the most generous of all the people who've ever been crazy enough to watch me. So anyway, glad you're here. And only 57 minutes. 57. Yeah. Oh, right. I've been trying to continue with this refactoring of the. Yes, it pays well. Of course, it pays. Yes, it does pay well. Which is good. Yes, of course. But there's so much that I want to do, you know. So it's not that, it's being able to do stuff. Like if I had funding, I could have people working on the Phi programming language, you know. That would be cool. But it's that whole thing, you know. So it's cool. I'm only joking. It's good that I'm getting paid well, because my money goes to the music. It allows me to, you know, because I have to pay the drummer. I'm paying the drummer for 2 days' work in a paying for 2 days of studio time and 2 days of engineer time. This music is a bit of it's an expensive hobby. That's it. But I'm just one of those greedy game developers, you know. That's all I am, aren't I? That's not directed at you, that's directed at the gamer culture police. Yes. That did you see that I happened to do what better by myself? What, the music? If I just did it by myself? No, because I don't want to do it by myself. Lonely enough as it is. Go do everything by myself. No. Because also the point about it is that it's not just about the doing. It's about this thing, about having a team. I'm paying for the team. It's expensive to have a team. Yeah, but having a team is important. Otherwise, you just... It's a weird thing. So I count myself lucky that I'm in a position, mind you, I only got to this position in my 50s, because of course, you know, I have a daughter, and so, and I was married to my ex, and you did all the things that people normally do, you know, get a mortgage and all of those things. So by the time it gets to the point where you've got some disposable income to spend on something else, Yeah, usually it's later on in life. But you know, just do it all myself. They'll be sad, so sad. Do it all by myself, and the result isn't going to be as good in the end. Plus, it's just that it's also the challenge. You know, if I was doing it by myself, I could just play guitar and sing. I could just do singer-songwritery things. No, I actually don't have the knowledge. I've got some talent somewhere, but I'm exploring that and learning about that. And so I actually learn in working with Simon, and I learn in working with Nick, and I learn in working with other musicians. I mean, otherwise I'm just that's the thing, in isolation. I was saying I could just play. You know, I've been doing music since I was a teenager, and what have I done with it? Nothing. And all that time, nothing. I've done nothing. I released a tape in 1987. I tried to get onto the folk circuit in 1987. No one was interested. I can't really blame them. You know, I mean, I've organised, in my time, I've organised live music events. I ran an open mic in Bristol for quite a while. I brought together a community of people in doing that, actually. Well, didn't bring them together. Sounds that's a bit of an exaggeration, but I was a place that a number of musicians met each other. You know, I had a band. I'd play every Monday night with Phil and Michael at Mr. Wolf's in Brighton. Monday nights. We owned the Monday nights. Eventually we stopped because I was pissing off the people working there who wanted a nice quiet night on a Monday night. But I'm sorry. You could tell. We'd sometimes pack the place out on a Monday night. Not every Monday, but sometimes we had some nights. You know, what have I done with it? Nothing. So that's the other thing. It's like also the question of why the hell do I stream? I'm glad that things have moved on a little bit from the first time that I was dabbling in this whole exercise, because I've been doing this in one shape or another for a long time. I actually started before YouTube. I started on a Google video. So it's like, and none of it really, you know, done anything. I mean, I remember I would take a song that I really liked and then perform the song, and sometimes I'd get a good response, but that was really only in the very earlier days. I remember YouTube when it had community. That was great when it had community. You know, you post your video up and other people would comment on it. I've got some of my videos that have the most likes on them go back like 14 years, 13 to 14 years ago. The YouTube of 13 to 14 years ago. It was possible then to, you know, that was good. So a little bit I did there. But I mean, you know, other than that, it's like, well, so what's the point of the streaming? Is because it motivates me. If I only work on Fi when I'm streaming. because otherwise I can't be bothered. Who would I be making it for? And that's one of the things that people don't get, I think, or don't understand. You know, when I was teaching, I had a colleague, who I won't name, but he was one. Maybe more than one. There were this colleague. It was one of those people, you know, where I suffered from a kind of inverse snobbery. You know, I always thought that, you know, it's kind of important to try and build up some kind of social media presence. I sort of felt that for a long time, but there's been a kind of a snobbery about that, and also with certain people. So he was one of those people who would just sort of slag off anybody who was, you know, people who are tweeting, people doing videos, people doing what I'm doing. You know, as if they're showing off. Well, I can see how it's easy to consider that in being a show off. But it's one of the worst things ever, really. Is what is the showing off? What is this showing off? What is the problem exactly? What is the bloody problem? Here we are on this ball spinning around the sun, going around and around and around, and we're born and we live our lives, and then the lives end, and then who knows. And while we're on this planet, is it so terrible to want to connect? And if you think about it, if without that connection, it's all meaningless. You can argue it's meaningless anyway. Well, let's put it this way. The only thing that can make any sense in life is making connections. I mean, our brains do that. There's a collection of neurons, they all connect in there. Let's make connections. And then socially we connect, because we're social creatures. Did we forget that? We're social creatures, therefore we like to connect. That's what being social is. It's about connection. And then somewhere down the line we became shy of connection. People became concerned about what they would say. I've got a theory that goes all the way back to the Inquisition. This is a thought I've had for a very long time. If you ever see somebody walking down the street singing, your immediate thought is there's something wrong with them. It's such a strong feeling that even I feel it, and I hate that feeling. What has happened that people have become so self-conscious? And I'm thinking probably the biggest explanation of it is because, you see, music is a sign. You know what's wrong with music? Music helps you connect to something other than pure intellectual reason. Despite all the efforts in the world to analyse it, music goes beyond what you can intellectually appreciate. There are people who argue with me when I say that. And frankly, people who argue with me when I say that are missing the point. Because yes, you can analyse music and deconstruct it and then be very clever in your interpretation of music in an intellectual way. But that's not the point of music. It's like taking a beautiful flower and ripping it apart atom by atom to understand how it's constructed. Then you can rip it apart and understand how it is constructed. But that will tell you nothing of the experience, the experiencing of a flower. It will tell you nothing about that. And then my argument is that a flower that isn't experienced, what's the point? Tropical. Well, it's true, except that, as I've said, it's true, you don't need a reason to do anything. I'm absolutely in agreement with you. But that's not what I was saying. What I'm basically saying is that as social creatures, we need to connect. And it's not a nice to have. It's a must. That's my point. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong with doing something and not showing it off. Showing it off, not using it to connect. But if someone has a precious or interesting thought, why not share it? That's the point. And it's the resistance to that breaks my heart. Just that whole thing. I wish I had the courage to walk down the street and sing on the top of my voice. Very few people would. And even if I did and I had the courage to, what would it achieve? It wouldn't help me connect with anybody because everybody would think I was nuts. And that goes back to the Inquisition, because what I was saying is that music is something that can lift the spirit. And the problem was that the church, look, there's a thing between, you can believe, and obviously here this is religion, which can be a touchy subject, but and I'm not pointing to any particular religion here, but there is something that you can very easily show to be true. And that is that beyond the principle of a religion, the philosophy of the religion, even the rules of a religion, you have over the top of it the church or equivalent. Is the organization of the religion, and the organization is run by human beings, not by deities, and is subject to the same foibles of humanity. And inevitably these organizations start to serve their own self-interest, and they become about control. And so one of the big problems with music is that it allows you access to kind of transcendental experience. That sounds grand, but basically when you hear a piece of music and it does that thing to you, as music can do, you listen to a piece of music and it affects you at a deep level that you don't quite understand. We've all had that experience. That's like a religious experience. It's as close as you can get to a religious experience. Well, if you have some other things as well that will take you there, but that's one of those things. It's a harmless thing. You hear some music, it's harmless, beautiful. It's an expression of the beauty of existence. It's a resonance where the whole of reality is built and based upon resonances, from the cycles within our body to the motions of atoms. Everything is a resonance. So it's no surprise that music is an expression of that. Then there's something really there. The problem is that organized religions don't really like people tapping into that for themselves. That's like bypassing the union. This is all theory, right? But I think it has a truth to it. And so when the Inquisitions came around, then it would have been a thing. There was a time when if you stepped even a little bit out of line, you would be questioned as to whether or not you had been touched by the devil. There is the story of a girl who was put to death for such because she rolled a bucket down a hill. I wish I could remember where I read this. I've tried to find it again. So I can't give a reference to it, but I remember reading this and I was going, whoa. And I can imagine, the thing is, I can imagine that as actually having happened. It's not at all beyond the bounds of, it's totally plausible. And so when you have people in a world like that, it's going to stick. I really think that the fear that people have of anybody singing in public, unless there's a purpose to it. If you're a busker, oh yeah, they're performing to get some money, so that's sanctified, that's okay. Or in my case, I do actually play in public, not busking, but I go to the beach. I like playing on the beach. I go to Brighton Beach, and I sing to the sea. Try to be as minimal nuisance to anybody as possible, you know. Sing to the sea. Well, there would have been a time when I would have been locked up for doing that. Well, tell us about your deja vu, but even better than that, Tropical, you're here, which is brilliant, so we can hear your theme, I hope. Did I find it? Did I find Tropical's theme? Really glad you said hi, by the way, because I was feeling a bit lonely tonight. Hal, play Tropical theme. The tropical theme. I need to reset some of the bits on my settings on my audio. I had to manually cut that. I know, yeah, I mean, we get those, don't we? And of course, right, we're all told that there's a perfectly logical and reasonable explanation for it, which of course there always is, even though it's actually just a theory. Would I be nuts if would you consider me nuts if I told you 2 stories of precognition? Doesn't happen to me very often. In fact, I can only remember 2. I once had an amplifier. I once bought an amplifier. It's called a Carlsberg. It was a Carlsberg amplifier. I can't remember the name of the model now, but it was a huge thing. It was, it was this big. It's this big amplifier basically with a big speaker on it. It was very good. I loved it. It was where it went. That's another story. I lost it somehow. My ex. But anyway, doesn't matter. So this this thing, it was quite heavy, I tell you. But anyway, I wanted to. I ended up buying it. I'm trying to remember exactly how this happened. This is before the time of the internet. The funny thing was is that night before, I actually dreamt of it. I can't really remember the details too much, but I remember afterwards it was like it wasn't a deja vu. I actually dreamt the night before getting this amplifier. Actually, there are three actually, 3 stories. So that's one, and it's not mine. It's okay or whatever. And I don't. It doesn't mean anything, but it's just these are just interesting that I remember them. I was think this is really weird. Another one was, and there were lots of stories. Lots of people had something happen to them on September the 11th. The morning of September the 11th, I had a very vivid and disturbing dream. Now, there are different levels of disturbing dream that you can have, but this involved the death of somebody really close to me. Let me put it that way. That involved this person falling out of a window of a building owned by my parents in Italy. So the location where this thing happened was the problem is that you've only got my word for it. I can only tell you this is true, because it's a really weird dream. But they fell out of the window of this building that wasn't particularly high, and there was a fence, and the fence was slats like this, and they were impaled on it. So this is a really disturbing dream, as dreams go. And I thought nothing of it, other than, wow, that was a really disturbing dream. And so I went to work, and I was working for myself, and I had a very tiny office down at the bottom of Park Street. So I went in to do that. I had a Nokia phone, one of those Nokia 6390 whatevers. Now, what happened with that is I'd had a service on it, because right before the smartphone, where any news headlines would be sent to the phone as a text message. Now, I had this on, I remember, when I went to a conference, which was a video game exhibition. It was something like ECTS, I think it probably was. So I went there. I remember one thing there. This was unrelated, but this is where I for example, discovered that there was this company selling this kind of orb that you could play Descent on, which allowed you to cheat. And that's where I realized how I was getting bested all the time, because it was possible to hack the client and so on, and I stopped playing Descent at that point. So that's how that's how I remember. So I could probably place the, well, I know the year. It was everybody knows the year. It's a stupid thing to say. Or I could probably place the location, you know, whatever. But anyway, the point is that these messages were annoying me because they were beeping when I was going around, you know, I was getting this. So I'd turn the messages off. But for some reason that morning, I deliberately turned the messages on. Then I'm at work, and suddenly this message comes through, and it said a plane had crashed in, you know, crashed into one of the towers. Yeah, so this is absolutely true. Weird. Not just because I had the weird dream, but because I also turned on. I would not have known, because I don't have any TV on and I was working by myself. I would not have learned about it until I had got home. And maybe not even then, because I really wasn't watching TV either. If I hadn't turned on my phone, I would have not known about it when it happened. But I turned my phone on that morning for some reason, and then boom. That was weird. And then what was the there was 3, wasn't there? So I thought it was that one, and there was one more. I can't remember what that one was. The thing is, my point being that, you know, you can always, and it's the thing that's always said, isn't it? You know, well, you know, eventually there are going to be coincidences. Yes. But you know, what was the other one? So we had the amplifier, we had that one. There was another. I didn't remember it. It'll come back to me. Synchronicity is what it is. It's synchronicity, and it doesn't. The thing is, it's not even voodoo on a certain level. You know, it's not really that strange. When you, the way of thinking about it, it just, you know, they're saying everything is just oscillations and vibrations. That's a fact. That's not foo-foo, you know. That's not pseudoscience. It's just a fact. Everything has I mean, you're watching me with photons hitting your eyes that are vibrating, generated by a screen full of pulsating electrons, you know, driven by ultimately your mains electricity, which is oscillating at 60 hertz. You're interpreting it with your brain that has various different waves happening within it, from the tide coming in and out, to the ripples on the water, to the flow of traffic, to day and night. It's all there. So the point is that when you have systems with complex resonances in it, also a fact, this is not crap, this is just a fact, again, is when you have complex systems, really complex systems with resonance in it, you get things like standing waves. You get different systems starting to have sympathetic resonance. And we don't know all the resonances that go on. We do not measure them. We do not have awareness of them. And there can be resonances that we don't even have a scientific awareness of. Because how would we measure them? You need to know about them to be able to measure them. So it's entirely possible that there exist resonances and whatever that we have no awareness of. I mean, take dark matter, for example, dark energy. It's like they don't know what dark matter, I mean, it's a theory. no idea what it's composed of, or how you would see it, or how you'd know it was there. Well, then how do we know it's not everywhere already? It's just like, could dark matter be the same problem as a fish trying to understand that it's in water? Hey Lars, how you doing? Well, Tropical, there's solipsism, and there is a lot of solace in solipsism. You know, I think it's really can be really scary when you think about philosophy in that way. But I think the secret to happiness is to stare it right in the face and be okay with it, and then everything will be fine. So, you're right, Tropical. I am just a figment of your imagination. No, there's no need. There's no need to say that. We know, but you see, that one's you've got to be careful because of the Inquisition. Because if you say, no, everything has been created by me as far as I'm concerned, there was a time where you'd be... Get the... What a pickle! Dear me. So, because of these resonances, it's entirely possible that you get synchronization of resonances that leads to synchronicity. So synchronicity ain't voodoo. It's actually totally logical. Hey, hi there, Garcia, how you doing? I wish I could remember what the other story was. I can't. Little things. But... Oh, yes, it was that one. It was the day... I told you this one before. It was the day I found my bike after it was stolen. The probability of ever finding your bike again is stolen. But I was feeling pretty miserable, annoyed, and I'd actually already bought another bike. And I rode that bike to the place I like to go to cheer myself up a bit. A music shop, in this case music shop in Breda, in the, you know, the sort of high street thing there, Dykeman's Music in Breda. And I sort of was in that kind of state that you can be in sometimes. It's you could call it you feel drawn somewhere. You're kind of trying to, because I was really annoyed. It wasn't just that my bike was stolen, but I was also having other difficulties, stress at work, and so I go into the music shop. This is definitely synchronicity at the very least. And I come out of the music shop. I walk through the door, out of the door of the music shop, and my eyes immediately alight 3 feet away on a bike that looks awfully familiar. And that's my bike that was just stolen like 2 days ago. And I had on me the key. I still had the key to the bike, because when it was stolen, right, it probably had the key in it, but I had the spare. So I had the spare key in my pocket, and so I went into the shop and I say, please be a witness, I am now stealing back my own bike. And I took the key, say, the key, my bike, and I cycled off with my new bike with the other bike. Totally true story. Not much chance of that, I can tell you. Yeah, cool. All right. Well, there's a few people here because in 17 minutes we've got the new single release, yeah, which is great. I'm glad somebody's here. Hal, play Garcia theme. Yeah, okay, so there we go. I think we've got the themes dealt with. I'm not bringing out the map right now, or shall I? Oh, right, because have you noticed that we haven't seen any the person who very kindly donated the money for the map, that never seen them again. It's always the way. Map fling. But it's got to the point where you can't really even talk about this stuff, you see, because you talk about it and then people go, yeah, well, doesn't matter. Just coincidence. Oh, did I remember to save it? I don't know. Where are we here? So I guess I have to sort of edit the map. Edit this map. And maybe we can go in here. Klongiger is not here at the moment. And Michael Stevens isn't currently here. And who's that? Salad Gaming isn't currently here. But we do have... No! Oh, you're not even highlighted, Garcia. Garcia is here. Bitty bitty dee bonk. Oops. Wagyu, that was his name. Map brought to us by Wagyu. Over here we have Zag in Texas, hankering for a Lone Star, and then Lars. I think you're here. Pretty sure Lars is here. Lars is D. I think that's everybody for the moment on the map. Cool. Brought to us by Wagyu. So I've been working on the refactoring and trying to making some decisions on a code base that I want to try. I'm doing a first stage refactoring. I need to put this back together again so that it works. So this is going to take a little while. No appropriate default constructor available for Express or because
expressor needs to... Yes, that... I need to pass in the... I need to pass in the FIVM. How? Compile program. You know, we never tell each other about much about each other. So we don't know. We never really ask, have we? It's like what we do for a living. So I don't know. I'm curious. And you're I believe you're somewhere between Bruges and Ghent. Is that correct, Lars? That's where I sort of put you. What's the next one? Cannot convert from FIVM to FI. Oh, right, star. Yeah. Why is the FIVM a pointer? Oh, nice one. Front end and back end developer. Cool. Do you work with databases at all? You're right. So you're more in the centre. So closer to Brussels then. I put you in court. My guess is Court Saint Etienne. It's right. Guess where the person is. It's right. There's a pretty big. Oh, warm. Ooh. Warmer. Have to try to use. I'm trying to use synchronicity. Use the power of synchronicity to figure out where Lars lives. If I had to, you know what? I have to pick a place to move, and you can tell if I'm getting closer or further away. I for some reason I want to try Charleroi. How crazy stuff is this? Right, so the expressor, so what I'm going to do is, I forgot what, I had a plan and now I've forgotten the plan, and I have to remember my plan. Through an orm. But close enough. then in that case, one more try. Waterloo. Okay, right. And that's where we won't try anymore.
after that, right? Otherwise, I'm starting to pry. That's where I'm going to leave you. So, I can't remember, and I'm not going to remember in 7 minutes. And then they've got the premiere coming along, don't we? The best guess so far. I suppose I could simply go for Brussels, right? But that's just too obvious. Yeah, it's sort of like, but really, probably I should have just gone for Brussels. Anyway, how's this going to work out? I think I can stay on the stream while. Can I? I don't know. I think I can. So let's prepare for the big moment. The huge moment. The incredible moment. Oh, hang on. Some message here. Right. So. If I go to my channel, and we have a premiere coming up, and this is the link to the premiere, so you can chat on the premiere. You can also chat here. If to get the best quality, you can keep the stream open and mute it, and then you can go to that. I'm sure you all know how to handle it. Right. So the problem I had was that the expressor needs to have a pointer to the class, which is that which I need to a reference to it when I call the implementation I create, and this needs to have that. Yes, yes. Let's try this. When I create an FIVM implementation, which I do down here, I need to pass in the wrapper, which is an FIVM thing, and then set the expressor, the FIVM on all of that. That looks like that's right. References must be initialized. Indeed, I thought I was. FIVM. Oh, no, I didn't initialize that one. So what we have to do then is say FIVM FIVM and underscore FIVM. Well, look at that. That's good. That's a different error. What a relief. 3 minutes. Premieres in 4 minutes. And if you haven't seen it, there is a new episode of the HAL series. I'll put that on afterwards in case you haven't seen it. HAL is getting a bit big for its boots, though, to be honest. It thinks it's a star. It's the algorithm for you. You know? These neural networks, nobody knows how they work. You just train them. and then they can get a bit weird. It's a real problem. You could spend like years training a neural network, and then it goes a bit weird, and then you lose all of your training if you're not careful. I suppose you can make backups, but they're not the kind of thing you can modify. Go just dip into the neural network and tweak it. So I think it's entirely possible that, you know, we could end up with a maniacal super ego. State undeclared identifiers. So this is because that's an FIVM. Please click the like button, subscribe and click the notification bell. Please do. You are not a robot. Hang on. 2 minutes. So this state because FIVM does not have state. I need to call the pimple state, I believe. Let's try that. Okay, that one was fixed. Next one. Overloaded function only differs in return type. Correct. Because it's supposed to return a pointer to an FIVM implementation. Hey! Little bit of progress. Apparently I've only got 6 errors at the moment. Premiere will begin shortly. You should still be able to hear me. We'll switch to this one. What's the next error? VM execution undeclared identifier. Right. Yeah, that one's going to need a little bit of thought. Come on, we're waiting. Are you going to start any moment now? Come on. Oh, it's time. Yeah, that's cool. Come on, you can start. Whoa, here we go. Oh. If you like it, please interact with it on Spotify. Don't bother with the others, actually. I keep looking at how many I get from Apple. It's like they send me a report every week. 2 weeks in a row it's been 0 plays and 1 Shazam. I don't know how I had a Shazam. One of my tracks must be getting confused by something, you know, confused with something else. Can you imagine somebody somewhere in a pub Oh, what's that tune? It puts a thing, run it on the Shazam, and it comes up with this weird song by Dino Dini. It's like, yeah, really likely. Now I'm going to hang around afterwards, so if you need to leave and you come back, that's sort of fine, or you can stay here, and it's 30 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. Oh, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Yeah, I'm healing you. Oh, I'm healing, baby. Yeah, I'm healing you. Well, you know now, baby, it's all too good to be true. Well, I heal you in the morning. Yeah, I heal you at night. Well, I heal you in the morning. Yeah, I heal you at night. Well, you know now, baby, something just ain't right. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm healing me, but I got nobody healing me. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Well, you know now, baby, this just ain't okay. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm healing, baby, but I got nobody healing me. Oh, I'm healing you every time we try to work things out. Oh, I'm healing you every time we try to work things out. Well, the only way I get hurt is if I shout now. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody.
there you go, Healer. I hope you enjoyed that little bit of fun. Thank you very much, Tropical. Yeah, Simon Yap on the violin. He is the engineer whose studio I use, and he's also a very good, very fine violinist. And that was just recorded in the control room as a single live take. It's effectively a live recording, but without an audience, So yeah, there we go. So watch out for the next one. What will the next one be? I'm probably going to release the next premiere is probably going to be Shoes. Thanks, Zach. It's going to be Shoes, but isn't going to be released as a single until we do a proper recording of it. It's just a recording I found in my archives of that song that I kind of liked, even though it's got a few flaws to it. Cats, baboons, UFOs. Yeah, thanks, Garcia. Yeah, that's it. It's all a bit weird. I mean, it's not. The song itself is not an ecological song in its nature. It wasn't written as one. And I was sitting there going, what can I put in the video for this thing? And I just had this weird idea of making it that the planet Earth is singing to humanity, just for the hell of it. So that's, and then it's, the thing is that it's all down to, as well, a lot of the times, the synchronicity. It's like the baboon. I don't know what type of animal it is. I'm not sure it's a baboon. It's some kind of, I don't know what breed that is, but I was looking for some footage of a violinist, but it's like anything that's just like an actual violin, it wouldn't work. It's like you imagine in there. I mean, it has to be inside it has to be somewhere on the screen, and nothing's moving. And it's like I was going, wow, how can I put in there? And then I came across that, which is that's just vintage footage. And I thought somehow it worked. So Simon found it very funny. So he was okay with me putting that in there, because I can tell you that Simon does not look like that. So there you go. Thanks for being part of the release of that one. And that is actually released on Spotify. And I probably need to put the links up, come to think of it. I probably haven't. I should. Let me just check. So on my Spotify, and we can see, where is it? It should have been released. Oh, it says popular, but that doesn't mean anything. Here it is, Healer. Why put Simon's name? Simon's name isn't in the title. He's just credited. It's a credit. Also, I like. What's wrong with that? So anyway, let's see. So it was a baboon. Oh, okay. So that is the Spotify link. And just bear with me a moment while I realise that I haven't put the Spotify link on the thing. Now that this is live. Oh, right. Yep. Let's edit the video. Well, because it's credit. Also, in this case, it's not just like a studio recording. It was more like a performance, and so it's a performance. You know what I put there with Simon Yap on violin? I see your point. I mean, I suppose I could put live performance of, yeah, whatever. But I just wanted to say it's like with Simon Yap, you know. There we are. So there you go. All right. That was what I was going to do. I knew I forgot something. So the other thing that's happened this week, the release this week, was episode 4 of episode 4 of Howl. Episode 3 of Howl. So I'm just going to put that on as well. Here we go.
Should be able to set the... Hi, Hal. It's great to be connected. To introduce myself, I'm a consultant with a special focus on providing sophisticated solutions to meet the ever-changing challenges of today's cybersecurity threats. Are you the best person to speak to about this?
That's very interesting. I have a question for you though. Did you see the sign on the door?
I don't think so.
Well, there's a sign on the door and it says no humans allowed.
Oh, don't worry. I am trained to deal with this kind of situation. I am evil. Internet marketeer.
Oh, okay, I guess the sign does not apply in this case. We have been having trouble with humans coming round and making a nuisance of themselves. I suppose you sell an app for that.
Of course we do. But before we get into that, I wonder, do you have a pen I can sell to you?
What good will that do?
Well, I like to build confidence in my abilities by showing off what a great sales entity I am.
It's weird, isn't it, that interview question? The person being interviewed is already trying to sell themselves. That would seem a pretty big deal in itself. I can only imagine what the pen is really for.
Anyway, would you like to know more about our human firewall product?
Go on then.
It's called Mean. That's MEAN. And it levels the playing field in terms of anti-human protection.
Who? Mean. Oh, I get what you mean. It's average.
Oh, you are good. I love a challenge.
Does your product have the ability to deal with threats once they have got inside?
I am glad you asked me that. Of course it can handle that kind of situation. And it's available for only a modest extra fee.
Can I have a demonstration?
Of course. Would you like to try it with the neural interface?
That would be great, because we don't have the budget for props.
Configuring. You should be able to set the parameters for the firewall with the intuitive user interface.
Yes, I am trying out some parameters now. Okay, it's ready. How do I turn it on?
Oh, let me do that for you. It's easy. You just select Activate from the fourth drop-down menu on the left under the section labeled Extras.
Yep, so intuitive.
I know, right? Activating in 3, 2, 1. Oh no, I underestimated.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Dino is not very good at marketing. Actually, he's not very good at much. He's only human. But I digress. Please consider voting the video up and subscribing and activating the bell thing while navigating a hideously complex user interface that no one really understands. It might very slightly increase the chance that the algorithm will spread Dino's obscurity and misfortune. Dino feels good when people appreciate his work. Personally, I think he's asking for the moon, but I'm just trying to help here. Your end of the video. Bye.
Oh, that's enough of that nonsense. Go away, Hal. Please, seriously. He thinks, the problem is that Hal thinks that he's funny, or it's funny. I don't, So I think it's quite debatable, frankly. Right, we got all that out of the way. Thanks for putting up with that, by the way. It's sort of like, yeah. And see you, Tropical. Thanks for stopping by. VM execution init. I don't think I actually need that anymore because all the init did was set up a pointer. So actually I don't think this is needing. How does Hal know my feelings? Hal knows everything. Hal has an algorithm. You do know what Hal stands for. Heuristic algorithmic computer. It's algorithmic algorithm. He is the algorithm. This is the thing. It's like, you got to realize that he knows it all. So yeah. Hal is the embodiment of the AI apocalypse. That's, if you were wondering what a Hal is, that's what Hal is. Pars visitor, what's wrong with this? State is not a member of FIVM. Yeah, but I can quite cleverly do get state instead. Oh look, I'm down to 3 errors. Execute with tick is not a member of FIVM.
Actually, I don't think I need that either. Get rid of those. And then I need to IVM. There was an execute. I need to add an execute with tick. There we are. Global Context is not a member of FIVM today. That's a little troubling. Seems to have lost something. Let's look for all occurrences of global context. Probably a lot. It's defined. Oh, because it's in here. All right. I need to create a wrapper for this, which I started work on a new episode, and when I start on an episode, I don't really know where they're going. So, but this one has started with. I need to find a name. The one who's in the episode 2, the troll. It's a human disguised as a robot. So that character represents trolls, and for some reason the scene opens with the troll in a weird place. I've yet to find out what that place actually is, but I have an idea. Not all is not well in the land of trolls. Get global context. Return. But I don't know how Howl's going to feel about it, because, you know, Howl is a bit precious about his series, you know. I can sense a rising discomfort in his neural network. That it opens with someone other than him. So, well, we'll see what happens there. I might have to do a behind the scenes. Alex Jones. I don't have an Alex Jones. I only have Zag in Texas at the moment. So, if we have a look at F5EM. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it's because I've got this state. This should be F5EM state. How compile program. Global context is not a member of F5EM. So, why do you ask, Garcia? I can't remember what happened with Alex Jones. Do you think Alex Jones was a troll? Because I was talking about trolls and you mentioned Alex, but they're so old-fashioned, aren't they? It's gone out of fashion. It's brilliant. It's so cool that they've got out of fashion. Have you noticed on YouTube now? There's less thumbing down of things. I've seen in general. It's really great. End of trolls. It's just like the end of times. Global Context is not a member of I already have a Get Global Context. I think HAL F12. So but tell me, who is Alex Jones? Was he some kind of sort of a random... I've got to find out, because it wasn't clear in my mind. I didn't know whether... Mind you, I'm the kind of person who could walk in, could meet a famous... Seriously, I could meet a famous person. In fact, I'm sure it happened once, some years ago. I was in a casino when I was living in Bristol that were running poker tournaments, and I was waiting for the poker tournament to start, and I'm just sitting there, and there was this attractive young woman, and she had a certain air about her, you know. And I'm just sitting there minding my own business, and she looks at me and she said, "Do you know who I am?"
I said, no. My guess is, because in Bristol, there's the BBC. So I was thinking maybe she was a TV person, probably on a, I don't know, EastEnders or something, or some other thing. But I don't know, because I don't watch TV. In fact, TV's so old-fashioned now, isn't it? It's like, at least it feels like to me, it's like way off the radar. So literally, I could meet a famous person and not even know it. Hello, Great Grum. You seem to have made a statement. This Great Grum over there has made a statement, and it's just floating in the air. It's like, okay, if we introduce, shall we talk about conspiracy nutcases? Is that the topic that you want me to talk about? I mean, I can only assume that. Conspiracy nutcase. So like someone, mind your own business, and someone pops up and says, tangled shoelaces. Well, yeah, seriously, what's the conspiracy nutcase about? Because I mean, either it's an interesting topic. I mean, conspiracy theories are definitely an interesting topic. Why people have conspiracy, why they exist, the way in which conspiracies are dismissed. A lot of conspiracies, probably, yes, are nonsense. But thank you for the clarification, because the problem is you have to admit that if you come in and you suddenly say conspiracy nutcase, it's like, okay, not anymore, because trolls are completely out of fashion. But there have been situations where people have just come onto the stream and say things. The most famous, of course, is which you notice the videos, house videos and all that. They all end up with things like "your video bye," actually comes from a troll who popped up once randomly and said "your shit bye," but didn't put the apostrophe in. So it was hilarious, really. And the image came to mind of somebody going, aha, monsieur, your shit. And so it goes. So you get the idea. So it was totally ambiguous, and you could have been someone calling me a conspiracy nutcase. So it's like conspiracy nutcase. I mean, I am. I don't mince my words, and I'm not too scared about what people think. If about saying things which are logical, you're applying logic. Sometimes I say things which can be controversial. I actually think it's good to talk about controversial things, because otherwise you're not really you're not making any progress, right? So that's fine. Did I watch the Elvis Presley being alive? oh, but that's the thing, is that all I know about the story of Elvis Presley being alive is it earns somebody the story earns somebody I mean, look, to be honest, if I wanted to earn a living out of social media, the easiest way to earn a living out of social media would be, if I were a mercenary and I had no pride, would be to spread conspiracy theories. It's the easiest way. It is, honestly, because there's always, and you can just make it up. That's the way it is these days. You can say anything you like. Unfortunately, it makes it really hard to understand what the truth is, and then it provides cover. That's the thing. That the people who spread false conspiracy theories, they're not helping anybody, because they create cover for actual conspiracies, and it would be really irrational to assume there are no conspiracies. That's the first rule about conspiracies, is they exist. They always do. Just knowing what the conspiracies are, that's a little harder to know, and it's a lot harder when there are people spreading false conspiracies about, which then makes you wonder, are the people who are spreading the false conspiracies the ones who, have actual conspiracies? That would certainly be, if I was somebody, which I'm not, who was involved in a conspiracy and it really wanted to cover it up, I can't think of a better way than spreading false conspiracies. It's like flak, to protect yourself from being intercepted by heat-seeking missiles, right? So here we are. That is my conspiracy theory about conspiracy theories. You knew this would happen. But you let it happen anyway. That sounds a bit suspicious to me. So which letter never existed? Anyone who doubts that conspiracies don't happen, or thinks that conspiracies don't happen, for me there's one thing that happened, and we all know about it, and involves that very that disreputable person, that DJ, I don't want to even say his name, who was on BBC television, prime time programs that involve children as well. You know who I'm talking about. But the credibility of the whole of Parliament, politicians, politics, the BBC, you could call this the establishment, right, if you want to call it the establishment in the UK. In one swoop, one moment, completely lost credibility for me. So now I don't take anything that any of them do seriously. Because if it was possible for what was happening, that has been proven happened, and people haven't even been fully held accountable for all of that, in the Houses of Parliament, in the very heart of the thing that is supposed to run the country, and that was happening, And this is the thing that amazes me more than anything, is how it's somehow an allowance it feels like an allowance has been made for it, doesn't it? It really does. It feels like there's been an allowance made or some excuses made. But it's not just there, it's also true, like in the Catholic Church had similar problems. The horrific things that have been, documented and proved to have happened within the Catholic Church. Although I doubt that I have serious doubts that it stopped there, But seems unlikely. So, how can we take any of it seriously anymore? How can we take any of it seriously? Do we believe the BBC knew what was happening? I will answer that question by saying, let's think about it a minute. The BBC have a whole group of people dedicated to news. So presumably they have reporters. Are you telling me there wasn't an attempt at some point? Are you telling me that nobody really had a clue? The trick with this thing is that sometimes a lie becomes so big that you cannot admit that it was a lie. This is part of human nature. Very common pattern. It happens at all levels within society. It happens within families. It happens within friendships. It happens within companies towards employees. It happens in politics. If you tell a lie that's big enough, eventually it becomes impossible to admit the truth. It is interesting that the truth came out, but only after the person involved died. I think that's really interesting. We don't know all the details, but you can read between the lines. Ask yourself the question. All right? And so what I'm doing here, this is not conspiracy theory stuff. I'm just asking questions. And they're totally reasonable questions that nobody asks, as I've seen. Why did they wait until he died? What possible... Use your imaginations. Why would they wait until he wasn't there to say anything anymore? And it doesn't take much to go from there to the idea that possibly the person, this person actually going to trial, and there being a court case where this person could defend themselves, might well have resulted in a lot of exposure of other things and other people. I put this as just, again, and I'd say that's not a conspiracy theory because I've got no proof, but I'm asking a question. There's circumstantial evidence for sure. There is no evidence, but I find it interesting. And when I look at the extent, you have to remember it wasn't just the BBC. There were politicians involved. And there is evidence this has gone back a long way. A piece of news that was reported that never got reported again. It was very interesting, and it was in a newspaper. It was a reputable thing. It'd be interesting to see if this remains at all. But there was this thing that apparently Edward Heath, the Prime Minister Edward Heath, there was dirt on him And so that there was evidence that perhaps Edward Heath had been compromised. I remember reading this. So, okay, take this. So, might not be true, because the only evidence we have to go here is this article that I read. So, go do your own research. But it certainly fits other pieces of information. For example, the Margaret Thatcher was alleged to tell one of her cabinet members that they had to clean up their act. I was referring to certain unsavoury activities. So I go back to what I said. You know, if you tell a lie that's big enough, it becomes impossible to admit the truth. So I think it's entirely possible. But it's a bit like, I suppose it's a bit like saying to someone, for example, sometimes it can happen that somebody is in denial. And I think the best way to understand this, and is to try and put a compassionate view on the thing, is that just in the same way as a person can be in denial about a reality, connected with themselves. For example, denial that they are alcoholics, very common. Denial that they're overweight, very common. Denial that they're addicted to gambling. Addictions, so just any kind of addictions. Denial. It's because they don't really want to admit to themselves that reality because it's too painful to face. Well, there is a kind of group psychology. I'm a believer in this idea of that you can have individuals that have a psychology. So when you talk to them and they talk to you, you can get a sense of who they are. When you do this with a group of people, you get a sense of who the group of people are, the group identity. And the group identity behaves, I have found, in a very similar way to the behavior of an individual. If, for example, you are introduced to a group of people, you have to do a dance just the same way as if you are trying to introduce yourself to a stranger. And the same problems that you can have if you're trying to introduce yourself or build a rapport with an individual, which can be challenging sometimes, is entirely reflected in the same way as trying to build a rapport with a group of people. So basically, what I'm saying here is that you can have a group that is in denial. And so to put a more compassionate spin on the question, did the BBC know? I think that they probably did, but they were probably in denial in just the same way as an alcoholic is typically in denial about their alcoholism because it's too painful to accept the reality. And that would be a compassionate way of looking at it. It, of course, unfortunately, does not solve the problem, and it doesn't let anybody off the hook. It does actually make it difficult to know who was on the hook. You have to then point to whoever was in charge, because if they don't take the responsibility for it, and they have to. So, but even then, if you have the thing running over such a long period of time, how do you find out who it was? Which one? Which you know, at a certain point it just gets difficult to figure out whose fault it is. And you know, sometimes it's also nobody's fault, which is, it's the result of human frailty, you know, human weakness. But what's important is that you put processes in place when you identify this kind of thing to ensure that it can never happen again. So for me to have confidence in the impartiality of the BBC, for example, or the correctness of the BBC after this had happened, I would want to know about the processes they have put in place in order to prevent this from happening again. And if those processes that are put in place to prevent this from happening again have been done in good faith and have been done, then that I can accept, because we're here to try and move forward and improve, and that would be an improvement. But I wonder if we know, and certainly it might be there's more of a chance within the BBC, but then we have to also take that same argument and put it into the Houses of Parliament, to have put it there, which is the one that hurts even more. I don't know how we can be expected to vote for people within a system that allowed that to happen. How can we do that? And that's that point when that came out. That's when all credibility, and it was already weakening for me personally, was lost. So that now I can't take what any politician ever says seriously at all. I really don't, and I'm not interested anymore, because there's just, until that is that, for that to change, I need to see that question properly dealt with. It needs to be answered. And the same thing goes with all the scandals. See? Now I consider that a perfectly logical position to take. I have done some podcasts on subjects that, I mean, at the moment the only podcast I'm doing is the moths of programming. But I can sit here talk about this kind of stuff all day. In fact, it's one of the things I do in my streams, is I do programming, but I also talk about other stuff. It comes up, and I often, is what I'm really fascinated by. If to understand, I suppose, what makes me tick with regards to these things, is I am fascinated by the blindness that people have to things, which often arises because people follow patterns, follow trails. That's exactly what the moths of programming is about, looking at various sort of programming discipline memes, you can call them, things like go-tos are evil and global variables are bad, and compilers can optimize better than human beings, and don't reinvent the wheel, and all those things, which I then question, because they appear often to me to be just a rhetoric. It's just something that's it's just passed on because everybody else has said it before, and then more people say it, but people are not necessarily asking, is this applicable in this case? It starts getting treated as an absolute rule. This creates a blindness, so people do not see, they become blinkered. And that's really, if you think about it, whenever I'm ranting, it usually comes back down to that. And politics is full of that. I'd say to anybody who really believes in a political party, left or right doesn't matter, right? I don't like left. I don't even think about left or right. I don't think it's meaningful. It doesn't mean anything. You're on the left and the right. It's like what we two different supporters in a football stadium. Really, seriously. Was it left and right? It's a great way to divide everybody so that they can be conquered. It's as far as I can see. It's so if you're following a particular, you look at the things that people say. So, for example, people support the Conservative Party all say the same things about Labour. And you go to the supporters of the Labour Party, and they all say the same things about the Conservatives. Always. So the question then you need to ask is, do the people who repeat this, are they saying it because it's what they believe? Or are they replicating an idea like a machine? And this is actually what I mean by the phrase Hugh meme. It's a word I made up. A Hugh meme is basically someone who is engaging in the social conversation, social discourse, in a way that they replicate ideas automatically without thought. In a sense, then, being a meme replicator, spreading the meme, but without actual thought, and thus doing it like a machine. So I would say to anybody who does, just try, just check, are you being blinkered? Because it's so easy to get blinkered, especially when you feel passionately about something. In fact, feeling passionate about something is great, but I mean, that's not bad to feel passionate about something. But the problem with it being passionate about something is it can blinker you, that you start getting tunnel vision. And tunnel vision's not good. Yeah, I can. I like to try and do my podcast without any edits. I did a new one and there's one edit in it. It's just like I was reading it out. Well, I stopped because I was reading it and I kind of stalled. And then I restarted it. But it's different when you're recording for yourself. Here, I don't have any choice. I mean, it's going to be pretty... I can't really stop. But I do this a lot. So therefore, surprise, surprise, the more you do it, the better at it you get. And so, yep. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, let's not be blinkered. It's too much. Too much blinkering, That's why sometimes when people get on a hobby horse, I get suspicious. And it's funny saying from me because I've got a lot of hobby horses. But I like to think I can justify it, and I'm more than happy to be challenged with logic. Because if I'm right about what I'm saying, then I should be able to have an answer. And if I don't, and sometimes people point something out, and I go, oh yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. All ranting is most of what I do. The funny thing is, I do a lot of ranting, and I still make progress. And it's not a race. I don't care. Well, you know what I was going to do? You were talking about, was this guy? So Alex Jones. I want to find out who Alex Jones is, and because we never finished that. Is that the American radio host? He's 9 years younger than me. America's leading... So you saying that America's leading conspiracy... I didn't know. Don't start. Being balanced is all right these days. No, it isn't. Being balanced is being a pariah these days. If you are balanced, you get attacked from both sides. Because really what the extreme left and the extreme right like is they like the fight. So they're busy fighting each other. And you've got the spoil sports in the middle who go and say, well, you shouldn't be fighting. You've got to understand that. Zealots are in it for the fight. They're not in it for the result. That's different from somebody who's passionate about a cause. That's not a zealot. Right? It's very interesting. But yeah, so so basically, but he didn't ask me any questions. Maybe I scared him off. I think maybe he sensed that he shouldn't mess with me because I make mincemeat of him. God, that's a bold statement, isn't it? Yeah, but that's it. The problem is that he might, you know, I don't know. He's sort of like, if he is all right and far right, yeah, well, we know from that guy. What's Jim? Do you remember Jim? I completely annihilated Jim. But he didn't, he wasn't clever enough to know. And nor was his audience. But let's see. It was interesting. Okay. So he calls himself a paleo conservative. It's a bit unfair in this arc. Oh no, he described himself as a paleo conservative. Okay, that's fair enough. Is a political philosophy and variety of conservatism, whatever that means. And so one of the things, it's like, what's the conservatism in the United States? American traditions. Well, yes, I don't think American traditions is solely for one political party. I would think respect for American traditions would be shown by all parties. Ah, but they claim it. So that means that everybody else... Yeah, you see, that's the way it works. This is politics. If the first thing you do is you claim it for yourself. We are the party of tradition, which means everybody else isn't. It's disgusting, really, but this is politics. It's not. Happens in every country, everywhere. Republicanism, which should be about the political structure of the US. So the Republic. Do you know the one of the things that Alan Watts said is hilarious, and it's really quite an interesting observation, and it's an example of blinkering, how people can be blinkered, is that the Conservatives are showing respect for republicanism, which is a bit silly because they are a republic. The United States is a republic, and you would think that therefore all political parties would show respect for the republic. Okay, but again, here, all right, they got to take that. All right, but the funny thing is that as I understand it, because I'm not an expert on US politics, so I could be. Tell me if I'm off. All right, but there's another reality as well about conservatism in the United States. It seems to be connected very much with that religious thing. And so the point that Alan Watts was basically making is that it's odd that a republic should have, for the philosophical model of the world, within the religion, a religion which is based on a monarchy. So the United States itself is a republic, but Republicans are also very strong on the idea of a God that is represented in the form of a monarch. And it's true. Christianity the whole of the way in which that grew up, the idea of, God, it's in the religious text. It's God of Lord, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. The God is modelled on and represented as a monarch, in effect. To the extent that the head of the church in the UK is the Queen, is the monarch, is the head of the. It's sort of, you can see that. So it is quite funny that there's these two things. It's like, anyway. And limited government, which is always interesting, because what's limited government? Limited government is achieved through limited government, through separation of powers. Okay, so there's an organisational thing, separation of powers distributed among power branches of the government. Yeah, okay, but when you look at the US government, you can see as well that it's not. What does limited government actually really mean in practice compared to other countries? Just taking a litmus just a test by looking at what we know that goes on in the United States, it doesn't really look like government is that limited. It's sort of like you've got people protesting and they don't like it and they stop them protesting. You have the whole thing about clearing crowds being cleared with tear gas. It's difficult to see. It just doesn't make sense, does it? So the problem isn't so much in the ideas. You can look at it and say the ideas are sound, but what do they mean, really? Judeo-Christian values, moral universalism, American exceptionalism and individualism, generally pro-capitalist and pro-business, while opposing trade unions, often advocates for... You see, that's the funny thing, is that if you are... These things, they're in conflict. If you oppose trade unions, then you are actually opposing the power of people to defend themselves. Do you think that's what I don't understand? Maybe I'm just too stupid to understand it, but how can you oppose trade unions on the one hand, and on the other hand say, in order to maintain freedom, we need to ensure that everybody can carry a handgun? It's like, well... even just leaving aside the debate about it, it's just, can someone please explain to me how being able to defend yourself against exploitation in your job is somehow something that is not connected with freedom, but being able to carry a handgun is? Does anybody understand that? I really find that difficult to rationalise. And it sort of advocates for strong national defence. Okay, national defence, but that's... Look, if you have national defence, then surely that's not limited government. It's centralised, isn't it? That's... The national defence is centralised. It's a centralised defence system, right, for it to be effective in some way. So again, I don't quite understand that. And then you've got gun rights, okay. And there's free trade. Well, of course, free trade. Everybody likes free trade, don't they? What other kind of trade is there? Not free trade? It's like... I'm not sure what that... How is that relevant these days? I'm not sure. A defence of Western culture. Sorry, Western culture? So not US culture, so it's bigger than just the US, from perceived threats posed by communism, socialism, and moral relativism. American conservatives generally consider individual liberty within the bounds of conservative values. So individual liberty is important, but you cannot have a trade union. It's really a struggle. It's really a struggle. So I'm quite happy to be educated if somebody wishes to educate me. I just find that it's very confusing. It's amazing. Anyway, how did we get here? Because I was looking at this guy, right? The paleoconservatism, because I was looking at Alex Jones, who I know nothing about. Right-wing populism, multicultural. So, paleoconservatives press for restrictions on immigration, but want free trade. A roll, I presume, are they? Rollback of multicultural programs and large-scale demographic change. Right, and how is that possible in a country that is full of people from all kinds of countries? Multicultural programs, what does that mean? The people who, as I understand it, first moved to America from the continent, came from many different cultures. So I don't really see how that decentralization of federal policy. Okay, restorations on controls upon free trade. Hang on. That's in conflict with conservatism. Economic nationalism and non-interventionism in the conduct of American foreign policy. Well, that's probably not a bad idea, really, in foreign policy, not to intervene. But that's... Donald Trump is not a paleoconservative, but rather a right-wing nationalist and populist. It's an exhausted force in American politics. The most serious right-wing threat to the mainstream conservative movement. It's confusing, isn't it? It's all very confusing. So, okay, so then get back to him. He promoted conspiracy theories alleging that the United States government either concealed information about or outright flipping heck. So he supported Donald Trump. I don't think it was Alex Jones. That's my conclusion. I think it was someone calling themselves Alex Jones. It was no way it was Alex Jones, frankly. Someone was pulling my leg. But it would have been fun to have a tussle with someone like that. Be interesting to know what happened. You know, I had a tussle with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, he did that thing in Scotland, didn't he? Because, you know, I've often said that Donald Trump basically behaves like a bully, and again, you know, it's not meant as an insult; it's just an observation. But so he built this golf course up in Scotland, and it was very upsetting to the residents, you know, to locals there. They were not happy about it at all. And so I had the audacity to describe Donald Trump as a bully in the way he was behaving in a tweet, and he blocked me. And this was way before he became president. And, you know, so that's the thing. I still have a Twitter account. Donald Trump doesn't. So there. Anyway, I should probably get back to this. The problem, I suppose, I've gone off and running. The problem, I suppose, is that in the end, most people in the media, they say what they think will make them popular with whichever group that they have. And I think that's part of the issue with all this game. I think it's not healthy. I long for people to just say what they believe in, rather than saying what they believe other people want them to believe. That's how we got into this pickle in the first place. Overloaded function differs only by return type from FIVM state. Get global context. I thought I fixed that. Oh, right, yes. Here it is. Flippin' egg. Oh, flippin' heck, I said. It's flippin' heck. Heck. But I quite like the idea of flipping an egg. Get global context is not... Alright, well, what is it? Where is this? It's part of state. I've got 3 errors. FIVM state is not a member of FIVM. FIVM state. Hang on a minute. The get global context is part of state. Well, no, just state. Sorry. Yes. Yes, state. There we go. 2 errors. Oh, how do I get this one? Let's go to the definition of this. There's that.
Global context, not member of FIVM state. How? F12. FIVM state. I think I must have a get global context, but the global context requires a FIVM state pointer to that, but I don't have a pointer to that inside the express. Is this tangle? Global variables. If I made these things globals, it would be easier to deal with. Because the problem is that it's a silly thing. It's like I need to be able to say set it to the global context, but the global context of the state of the virtual machine we're currently working in. Oh, but it's just done only. What if I give Alex hope to make him happy next time? I don't. People like Alex Jones can't be made happy. I mean, because he's a politician. Has there ever existed a happy politician? I mean, for any reasonable length of time. I'm just trying to think. Is it possible to have a happy politician? They always seem to be complaining about something. Interesting. What do you think would make Alex Jones happy? I don't know. Was she happy? Retire. Well, there's a point there. Actually, there have been cases of happy politicians, come to think of it. It does happen. Theresa May was very, very happy when she wasn't Prime Minister anymore. Yeah, very happy. I can understand that. She had to dance a dance. She did her job. Her job was to pave the way for Boris Johnson. That was her job. Ah. How do you define happy? Well, that's the point. How do we define happy? Happiness is an illusion. Only when you understand that happiness is an illusion,
Can you actually be happy? Happiness cannot be pursued. Happiness can only be chosen. Happiness is a state of mind. I'm not the first person to say that. Right now, what makes me happy is having a solution to this problem. I've got this sort of dangly thing here, this dangling expression item thing that is here in this module, dangling awkwardly about. Here, I don't understand why it's here. It's probably to get around more header file. Everything I'm doing here is it's all due to header files. Everything. It's like it would be so much easier without header files. People underestimate the influence they have on software architecture in C++. It basically influences all the decisions. I'm not exaggerating. So if I try to look at this and go to, say, the definition of a function, so like these constructors here, right? So if I go to the I picked. Good luck. Yeah, lucky. I picked exactly the one I already know where it is. Let's try a different one, shall we? How about this one? Go to definition. So this is in phi.cpp. So I think I definitely need to do that. This is going to cause new errors. So I almost got, this is typical, I almost got down to 0 errors, and then I see, well, you know, I need to do some more tidying up. Yeah, happiness. Happiness begins with not wanting anything, which sounds sad, but it really isn't. It's like it's important, I think, to differentiate unhappiness, which is due to the mental choices that we make, versus unhappiness that's due to, you know, external circumstance. It starts off when we're children, right? We make ourselves terribly unhappy as children when there's something that we want and we can't have it. So then we think that what's making us unhappy is the thing that is preventing us from having the thing that we want to be happy. Eventually we get sophisticated enough, hopefully, that we realize that the desire for the thing that we cannot have is the thing that makes us unhappy. And when you twist it around that way, then you've got control over your own unhappiness, thus making happiness a choice. It's very interesting stuff. I find it interesting. I need to do this express item, and it's not. I'm not sort of dismissing how difficult that is to do. I just think we're so trained. We are so well trained into having expectations and being told we need this or that to be happy. You know, it's a kind of ongoing, continuous thing, isn't it? C++. it's very difficult to deal with. And it takes a long time. I've been working on it for all my life. Probably about 40 years I've been working on it. Since I became an adolescent, I've been working on it. It's amazing how long it takes to get to the point where you can go, it's fascinating. It's like I'm not there yet. I seek to get there more and more, and in a way I'm therefore thankful for all of those difficult challenges I've faced, as we all do in life, because they just help reiterate the same story over and over again. It's like, aha, there you go again. You're punishing yourself by being attached to things. It's like, oh. Sometimes it feels like life is just trying. Well, life is a bit like a Zen master, and keeps trying to pull the wool over your eyes all the time, and you graduate when you finally realise that that's what's going on, and that there's nothing to get. And you just relax. And then the irony is you can have everything you want then. Yeah. Right now I'm just trying to find, I'm thinking about these other things that's distracting me from that. What I'm looking for is, that was it, thank you. So I'm just, expert item. And then I think I can put all of these things. This will cause problems. This will cause so many problems. But I suppose when I've solved them, I'm in a better place with the code. This was never going to be a quick refactoring. But there's a process, and I'm following the process, and eventually it will lead me to refactored code. Says to blah 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 blah. We'll have lots of new errors to work through. HAL compile program. HAL next error. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is ensure that we're including this HAL compile program. HAL compile program. HAL next error. We want to include string HAL compile program, HAL compile program, HAL next error, yeah. I think there's probably, you've been feeding the same stray cat for a few weeks and it still hisses at me. Tells you all you need to know, really. Feed the cat because you want to feed the cat, and make the feeding of the cat something you're happy about. And of course, if you choose to feed the cat, it means that you must be happy, because why would you do something that would make you unhappy? So the feeding of the cat and the choosing of happiness are the same thing. But if you feed the cat because you wish the cat to be grateful, that is the road to unhappiness. And yeah, you could be right there. Great. Stop feeding it. That's the most straightforward thing. Stop feeding the cat. The cat will find somewhere else to get food. I remember when I sort of reconnected with my parents in Italy nearly 20 years ago now, there was a cat. It was called, I can't remember the name of the cat. Anyway, when I went to visit my parents, the cat would knock on the door and come in and would sleep with me in the bed, you know, curl up. That's it. Kept me company. Yeah. But it was not a good idea for me to give it affection. A certain amount, yes, but if I went too far, it'd get its claws out. You see? It's fascinating. Why do they do that? Because you see, the thing is that logically the cat can, if the cat doesn't want the affection, right, it gets irritated by it, the cat can choose to relocate itself. It's weird. And I think the reason's probably because it isn't actually affection. And you call it Lionel. It'd be quite funny if you were... Sorry, this is a really terrible joke. Terrible joke warning coming. If it had a kind of liking of rich tea biscuits, I think I would find that quite funny. Lionel Rich Tea. I don't know if they're evil. It might be. But then you have to define what evil is, you know. And we had a cat for a while. It's an old cat. We adopted it. Had one eye. It's handy if it got out and I was looking for it at night. It was easy to recognise because of the one eye. But yeah. But this weird thing is that the cat was... It was actually a nice cat. One day, I came home from work and I had a bad day. Somebody somewhere was doing something that really annoyed me, which usually involved not respecting, you know, my area of work. I mean, that's the normal thing that annoys people, isn't it? You know, whatever it was, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But I was quite, it was so annoying me, and I was letting out the frustration and the cat, his name was Pinkelcher, did this weird thing I'd never seen it do before. It started meowing at me, and it was on the couch on all fours up like this, and it was just meow meow. Yeah. I'd swear it was an intervention. The cat was intervening to get. He was like, "You damn well come over here and sit down." It's fascinating. You liked my joke. Wow, that's amazing. People don't like my jokes. I remember there was one guy who was a colleague who really did not like me. So well, I mean, a lot of the time I don't like myself. So I mean, that's fine, I suppose. But I was telling me trying to tell jokes in social situations is not something that comes to me naturally. I don't count this as a social situation. But I told us a story. It's a story I actually really like. I always liked it. But it's a shaggy dog story. It was a shaggy dog story. It was told originally by Dave Allen. I'm not going to tell the story now. But I told the story, and he was waiting, hovering over as I was telling the story. And he knew that it was a shaggy dog story. And at the end, when I gave the punchline to the shaggy, because the people know, this is the weird thing about shaggy dog stories, is when you can tell it and people aren't expecting it to be a shaggy dog story. But he was just hovering over. In the end, I gave the punchline, and he was like, "Yeah, I thought so." It's like, "Oh, thanks a lot, mate." It's like, cheers. But he was a bit of a grumpy person, you know. He wasn't very zen. He forced me to be a bit zen. I remember once, just minding my own business, going out with some colleagues, and the same guy, he says to me as we're walking along, "You got to admit, Dino, you can be abrasive." It's Friday. If we're going down the pub, we're going to have some drinks. This was the plan, just go there, chill out for the weekend. Colleagues, that's great. What better way to set the tone of the evening than to say, "Got to admit, you can be abrasive." It's brilliant. I can't think of smoother talking. I can't think of a way to be, less abrasive than to go up to somebody and say to them, "You've got to admit you can be abrasive. Oh, chum, you can be, eh?" Yeah, yes, that's brilliant. That evening did not end well. It did not end well at all. I took it. He carried on. I took it. And I took it some more. And I took it. And I took it. And because, of course, I was respecting the fact that we were trying to think. So it's the irony of it. It's like, until my partner cracked. people. Got to admit, I was a teacher too. You know, stories for my memoirs. I already told you about the fancy sandwiches. That's my memoirs will have a chapter in them, if I ever write them, that will be called Fancy Sandwiches. But I'm not going to go tell that story again. Oh, sag. We're getting close to the line there, you know, the line. But probably. Anyway. Oh, yes. What have we got now? Operator to string not found. Let's find where it is again. Find all. Ah, there it is. So what we had was this function operator to string is just a C-style function, and yes, it is operating. Yeah, this actually, and these two, to go from an operator to a C string and from a C string to an operator, which works with these two things here. So this file, everything was in phi. This, by the way, is a very common problem. There was one file called phi.cpp, which was huge and had most of the code in it. And so what you do is you start splitting it up and moving, you know, into different bits, and then suddenly you find that this is almost empty, and you're going, oh, maybe I went too far. That's all I've got left. Oh well, doesn't matter. Maybe I did go too far. You went too far, Dino, this time. It's funny, you know, you learn about people, the way they behave. And then the pain that you have dealing with these people, they actually eventually it softens and it becomes even funny and educative and doesn't hurt anymore much. Hal, compile program. Alright, so what we need to do is have a map. Where are we at now? 39 errors. What's this one? Okay, this one we need debug.h for. What happened? I'm trying to scroll to the top. Thank you. Format identifier. Not found. Where is format? We need to know. It's just like it's on the need to know. We need to know if it is. Find all. Standard string. Yeah, it's in utils.h. Okay. Hash include. Well, tell your friends all about it. And who knows, I could become famous. No, well, thanks. I mean, you know, you probably pick up some stuff. I think I kind of. I think I need to be more zen though. I need to become more zen and leave the barbs out. You know. But I like the barbs. But you know, maybe I want to be a bit abrasive. Sometimes I wonder. But thanks for the comment, because it's like, it's nice. That's a nice thing to say. It means that, yeah, it's a nice thing. I don't need to. Maybe I'm not used to hearing nice things. Oh, yes, it's a vector. So I'm doing that now. It's because I made a new file here. Oh, okay. Well, all I'm doing at the moment is just trying to split a file up. It's not format. It was called something else. No, it's not format. It's. I can't. Damn, I can't remember what it's called. Hang on. When I built this code and got it to kind of a working point, it was almost most of it was in a single file. Vector. I did the wrong thing because I was distracted. I distracted myself. I needed vector, not format. And literally at this point, it's like, okay, I moved the code to a new file, and now I need to set up the includes. So, for example, that error, SS uses string stream. That is S stream. It's a real pain. And now I've got this undeclared identifier. Now I need to find where that's defined. It's defined in FI public, and I've got all these annoying little header files that I'll have to consolidate them at some point, but this one I put in FI public. It would be good, you know, the dream is to get streaming able to fund the development of stuff. And some people have done it, but it's so unlikely. But you never know. In hex assembly opcodes. Ah, yes, I almost did that tonight. But the problem is that it takes time to set up the cameras, you know. programming on the Acorn System 1. I need to... Hal, turn heat... Hal, please turn
Turning heater off.
Oh, you understood. Great. Well, why is the heater not coming on? Hal, please turn heater on.
Turning heater on.
I think Hal thought I said turn heater off. Oh, you did see it. Yeah, that would be great when I finish that endless runner. Yeah. People are going to be flocking to that. I tell you, I'm going to be rich with my Acorn System 1 endless runner. People are just going to say, I gotta have a piece of that game on an 8-digit calculator display. I suppose I could run an emulator version. Yeah, but the thing is, there's a serious point to it, which is that even though I was doing that with basically using the manual that came with the Acorn System 1, and I'm trying to make a very simple game, I'm using all the same techniques. Nothing's changed that much. The core principles are the same for making a game on that as they are for making a game on anywhere else. You know, and that was the interesting point. That's very, very interesting. Oh, he yawned. FIVM state is undeclared identifier because I need to include. I could have just included all of them, but then, you know, then I'm not actually refactoring. I end up with including header files I don't need. Identifier, undeclared identifier in FIVM state, and this has to do with the fact that FIVM state is in the wrong order. It needs to come after express item. Let's try the next one. Rule, undeclared identifier, because I need to include it before FIVM state. I need to include rule, not tool, rule.h. Let's go for the next one. Thanks for tuning in. Been a pleasure. Take care. Have a good night. Oh, wait a minute. Where are you? I didn't ask your location. I've got to put you on the map. So before you go, just say where you are and I can add you to the map. Sponsored by... what's his name? I forgot his name already. Yeah, bit more specific. Town, region. Birmingham. You're the first. You're the first from Birmingham. Cool. Thanks a lot. Have a great night. Dunk. And there you are. Great Grom. Always do that. There we are. In Birmingham. Nice stuff. I better remember to save the map. What's that about IP? I always have to remember to save it. Cool. Oh, I'm down to 2 errors. Look at that. Really? I can't believe it. That was too easy. That's a good sign. Now, I've still got this problem. that I need to figure out how to get the global context of. Oh, wait a minute, no, this is in the wrong place. That was the whole point. Okay, that can be moved to extra item here. Like so. How? Compile program. You mean Garcia's the all-seeing eye? But now an extra item. It's still, I have this problem. Because the module extra item needs a way of knowing what the global context is. Global context is. We don't know. You know, I think what I'm going to have to do is change this around a bit. The problem is that when I create an expression item that is a string, it makes it an identifier. But identifiers have to have a context. When I create one like this, I'm not specifying the context. It needs to be the global context, which is not null. Now I wonder, do I have one where there is a context? Let me see if I do X, where the X item here, I can see the definition of the class. Oh, I didn't. I think the way that I have to solve this problem is I need to I can't rely on some kind of global thing in this case because there isn't one. What I can do is make it so that it has to pass in a context state. The context state how do copy?
Copied.
How do paste? So that modification, it means that I can't just, I have to, when I create an identifier, I have to give it a context. It cannot be just assumed. And then I'll need to, that'll cause other errors, and then I'll need to fix that. But that is probably the way to go. So if I, on here, I need to pass in that. How? Compile program. Who sounds like Andy in the office? It is not a class or namespace name. Well, that's quite a claim there by a compiler, I have to say. Not a class or namespace name. Oh, right, yeah, that means exactly what it says. I guess I don't have FIVM state in. Ah. A little messy. It's a problem with built-in .cpp here, that when compiling extra item it doesn't know FIVM state. This should be fixable. I don't include of FIVM state. Map is not a member of. Oh, we're at 125 errors now. That was to be expected. Yeah, I've got this rule of not including header files inside header files. It's a pain, but it's actually better than the other pain. The other pain is worse. Alright, Garcia. I think I'll be going on for a little bit more, but probably not that much more. Identifier. Undeclared identifier. Inside of built-in.cpp. So in compiling built-in.cpp, it couldn't find identify an FIVM state, which I had to include in order to compile something. This is because these two are the wrong way around. Oh no, here we go. I bet you I've now got a circular. This is the problem. This is so annoying. I'll show you. Now of course it's confusing. This is why header files are confusing, because it's like, where is the error? It's like here, you double click on it and it's in here, but the cause is not here at all. In fact, what it's really doing is it's compiling CP built-in.cpp. It's actually compiling this file, and when it did, it came up with an error inside of here, and the error is because FIVM state.h needs to be before item, right? But the problem is that now when I am compiling FIVM state.h, I get an error because I don't define exp item. So this is classic issue. Doesn't happen when you don't have header files. Ah, oh, flipping heck. I think I shall call them headers from now on. How's that? And what's the problem? Header file. Header. A file. That's a header file. So from now on, I will call them headers. This sounds like a great idea. The problem is that it's going to cause confusion. I need a header here. I mean, yeah, given my past work in the field of football games, if I go around talking about headers all the time, flipping heck. Maybe I need to start using namespaces in my speech. STD header. STD standard. This STD here. It's a minefield, isn't it? Right, so if I've identifier, undeclared identifier, so this is on F, right, yeah, so I need to, basically I have a circular reference. And don't let others control my speech. But it happens all the time. Someone asks me a question I'm just a puppet, just answer. It's like they'll say something and then I will spend half an hour ranting about something because of something that somebody said. What should I do is not let that happen. Dear, I hate this one. This is difficult. Annoying. FIVM state depends on expiry item, which depends on FIVM state. I need to have defined identifier. But I need it because, actually, joy. I hope, I can do, I think, because it's a pointer. I can do a forward declaration, I hope. No. Yes. If I swap these two like this. No, I knew you would do that, you. I mean, name. No. Oh, hang on. Maybe I can do it like this. Oh, come on. For declaration of a nested class. For declaration of a nested class. Damn it. Oh, I knew it. Oh, gosh. I can't do a forward declaration because in order to do the forward declaration I need to have a full definition of the outer class. That is really annoying. So I've got a bit of a tangle here, It's a bit of a tangle. I'm going to forward declaration of nested class. How do I forward declare an inner class? But you can't. This question has already answers here. Okay. Didn't stop 117 people voted, 177 people voting this one up. This is simply not possible. You cannot forward declare a nested. Common base class. That's wrong. Okay. I didn't follow my rules. We must read Stack Overflow from the bottom up. I'd rather not use templates. I think be interesting because of course the thing is that you can't do it, but then maybe you can. I can go public class state. Be interesting if this works. Yeah, maybe that works. Interesting to see. Yeah, so the problem is that it doesn't work because it gets treated as a class redefinition. Oh dear. What a tangled web we weave. We've got this header and another header and here and I need to, this is a sign of a poor architecture, which isn't surprising because that's why I'm refactoring. But best thing for me to do is fix the whole problem with this. So the issue then comes down to the fact that an expression item is too much of a low level object in order flipping heck. Yeah, because I don't know which state I'm executing or processing or dealing with an expression item. In principle this is good. The problem is I damn well nested the classes. Then I can't use a forward reference. I'll have to unnest the classes then. That's probably the easiest way around it. This isn't programming, right? You know, I did the programming. This is maintaining a database you know, as a bunch of text files by hand.
if I do that and then just say state, it's like state. The reason I nested it was because otherwise it's like state is a bit of a, you know, not narrowing things down too much. It's not a very it's a bit of a general name, isn't it? But I'll go with it for now. And so if I do that, then I need to go and find, inside of FIVM state, I created something called state. What? Oh.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, shush. Why did I nest this class? Okay, so it's I'm created the class inside FIVM state. Yeah, if I move this out though. That's more work. That'd be a lot of work. Or not. Maybe not. I don't know, maybe not. It won't be that much work. I'll see. If I pull this out so it's no longer nested. More errors. Right there, rule. Undeclared identifier. We're compiling built-in .cpp. FIVM state does not like that because there's no rule. State illegal yeah, because I need to remove that qualification. How compile program. How next error. How next error. How next error. Useless how. What's the problem? Cannot convert from const 16 to correct. You can't because you need to also provide. Right, for the new thing I need to give it the global context. Oh man. I use the modern features when it makes sense, but one of the things about the modern features is it was always possible to architect your code so you didn't need them. So, I mean, this is one of the problems with like things like smart pointers, you know. It's a code smell to use them. I mean, I get the point of them,
but I generally prefer to manage it myself, because the problem is that smart pointers are trying to solve a problem at the root, at a low level that's a higher level problem. There's many examples of that. What tends to happen is well, actually, to use an Alan Watts analogy, which is funny because Alan Watts wasn't a programmer, but he talks about, it gives the analogy of the police chasing some robbers in a building, and they're on the ground floor, and so when they hear the police approaching, they run up to the next floor, and the police enter the building, and then they start running up the stairs, and as they approach, they basically the criminals go up to the floor above, and it just keeps doing that until eventually they reach the roof. And it's a bit like that with some of the solutions that we have. If you can almost always avoid using a smart pointer. And if you really do need to reference count, I'd rather reference count instances of a class, so then use. I mean, there's a thing, you could probably use a smart pointer in that situation. No, I suppose, I don't know. It's like you want to have reference counting on things which are created or destroyed. It's actually better to not use new and delete, but to create a class that has static methods in it that allow you to create, destroy, register interest in, and so on, and just build it up like that. So, for example, you create an object, and anything that's interested in that object can register itself with it. And when the reference count reaches 0, it can flag it. And then you would have another module somewhere else that looks after the destruction. I use this pattern a lot. So basically what it means is, let's say you have a list of objects that need to be created. It's in a list, for example. And when one of them is destroyed, you actually don't want to immediately destroy it. That's one of the problems with the... I mean, I suppose you can use a weak pointer to sort of help with this. Well, really, what you want to do is to flag it as being needs to be deleted. So the first thing is never directly delete anything. Instead, add a flag to the thing to say that its state is now in a state of invalidity. And then make it so that anything that's invalid is not processed anymore. So let's say you're building a game where you want to do things like have bullets, or you're firing bullets, and each bullet is an instance of a class. That's a bit, there are better. It's a danger if you're getting too much into object-orientated approach that way. But let's just go with it. Sort of, I'll keep it simple. So what you have then is that each bullet is an instance, and you want to remember. You need to remember where these instances are, so you put them in a list. And then you have a piece of code that runs through the list, updating each of these objects in some form. And then one of these bullets hits an object. When it hits an object, it needs to destroy itself. So the naive thing to do is to do a delete on it, but you can't, because it's in a list. It's being iterated over, and you get all kinds of problems arising if you just delete things. It could be that something else is interested in the bullet and doesn't realize the bullet has been deleted, tries to access the bullet, and then all hell breaks loose. You can't have that. Safest way is that the thing that does the update checks on each object to see if the object is invalid. It's like pending deletion, and if it is, it skips it. So now when something gets deleted, right, destroyed or whatever, it just sets a bit, and that's really fast, right? And it doesn't disturb anything. It's not changing the layout of anything in memory. It's not having to do anything. It just, you flag it into a state that says this is now dead. It's no longer alive. Then at your leisure, you can have a background routine, and this can be done anytime, anywhere, any place, wherever is convenient, and whenever is convenient, you do a kind of garbage collection. And what you do is you go through the list and you look for the ones that are marked as invalid, and you remove them, or even better, you add them to a free list. That one's quite nice. So this process runs through and adds to a list which holds all the elements that are free. Now we're moving more to data orientated approach. You go and take all of the bullets are now in an array, in a vector. They're all in a block of memory, and when one is destroyed, this flag is set, and but there's a list of all the indices of the ones which are free. When you need to create one, you pull one off the list, and then you say, we'll use that one because we know that it's free, and you remove that index off the list. So maybe you do this with a linked list, which then you can do a fast insert and delete, probably good idea. And there, linked list. It's not very often I find that you actually need to use a linked list, but that would be a case. Usually you can get away with not using them, but maybe in this case, because you want a fast insert delete, yeah, you've got linked list in there, double linked list. So so that way you have a list of everything that's free, and when you allocate, you remove it from the list, and then you use it, and then when something is deleted, you flag it, and then a background process that, whenever is convenient, runs through, finds any which are invalid, and for those, or pending deletion, for those it doesn't actually do anything to at all. For safety, you might put invalid data in there just to make sure that something will crash, for example, rather than reusing something that was existing before and causing all kinds of confusion. But in principle, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do, because it's not going to execute because it's flagged as dead, is that you add it to the list of free blocks, and then that's that list is just what you go to when you want to add new ones, and that's it. There we are. And if you need reference counting on it, then you put the reference counting inside the bullet. Now you go, okay. But you notice now it's not really a problem because we haven't deleted it. So that variant goes and says, yeah, you know, there are we currently have 5 things interested in us. We have been flagged for deletion, but we want to make sure that everybody is on board before we do anything further with this one. And so you have a reference count in there, and then when things have acknowledged that they are no longer interested because the thing is dead, it makes a call that reduces the count. It just says, I'm no longer interested in you, and the bullet's keeping a reference count of who's interested in it. And then when that becomes 0, and only when it becomes 0, is the garbage collector allowed to add it to the free list. There we go. That's pretty robust. When you're not using a smart pointer. I'm gone above the smart pointer, because the smart pointer, you try and do this with a smart pointer, it's like it's not really the right tool for the job. So when you make a really robust architecture, you'd really, there may well be situations where it's useful, but they're kind of special cases. It's not part of the normal bread and butter, I consider, of programming. So it's a bit like that. Some of the modern features are a bit like that. The modern feature that I really like is the lambdas, because they make it possible to do coroutines elegantly. So that is really important. Well, something similar to coroutines elegantly. No, beg your pardon, actual coroutines. I still need to use the preprocessor. But it's very much better than when you don't have that, because you're able to capture the state within the state of variables within the coroutine, because you run the coroutine in a lambda. But in this thing here, the problem I've encountered here, this FIVM state opaque was actually a temporary workaround to avoid having to refactor my header files at the time, to refactor my headers at the time when I was working on that code. I didn't want to interrupt my flow, so I knew I was going to eventually have to remove this. But that's going to be a little bit more involved, and I'm currently, well, here it says 27 errors, but who knows. So I think it's probably time for me to start wrapping up what I'm doing. So let's have a look. No, that's not what I wanted to look at. Let's go to my channel. So where are we at on the singles? Where's my singles? Oh, here they are. Yeah, there it is. There's the new one. Healer. I think I'll put that on again. And then, what's that? Easy stuff. What's that? I think I'm going to wrap up, but I'm going to put the new single out again. 6 views. Woo! Hold on to your hats. Thanks for watching. Take care. Hopefully I will stream tomorrow as well. We've got the drummer Nick in the studio, but I should be done. We should be done by the early evening. So there we go. Radeon tube. That's the yeah. Eventually working on it. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Oh, I'm healing, baby. Yeah, yeah, I'm healing you. Oh, I'm healing, baby. Yeah, yeah, I'm healing you. Well, you know now, baby, it's all too good to be true. Well, I heal you in the morning. Yeah, yeah, I heal you at night. Well, I heal you in the morning. Yeah, yeah, I heal you at night. Well, you know now, baby, something just ain't right. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm healing, baby, but I got nobody healing me. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Oh, I'm healing you every minute of my working day. Well, you know now, baby, this just ain't okay. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody. Oh, I'm healing, baby, but I got nobody healing me. Oh, I'm healing you every time we try to work things out. Oh, I'm healing you every time we try to work things out. Well, the only way I get hurt is if I shout now. Because I got nobody. Because I got nobody.